Do we look good? Look good, nice. Good start.
Nice.
I hope that you guys hear us. Welcome everyone. My name is Art, aka Artakush on Discord, and I'm a creative content manager at K64. Today we have a big day. Everybody's like, wow,
Yeah.
so much things to talk about, so much things to announce. And firstly I want to introduce Max Thijssen, who's a CCO here in K64, and we're gonna try to shill some interesting information up till we wait for Sam's arrival.
Yeah, Sam is in Amsterdam, coming our way as fast as he can, because it's Sam. Twilight Punkster, by the way. For
The
people who
CEO,
don't
by
know
the way.
his name. Yes, the CEO of K64.
So Max, maybe you can introduce yourself a little bit for the people who doesn't know you, and tell a little bit what you do here in the company.
So my name is Max. My Discord handle is Meijse, and I'm the creative director of K64. Basically what I do is make sure the platform we're building, the virtual console, is as user-friendly as possible with as many features as you can have. And it all needs to work very smoothly together. That's the most important thing, that users keep on using it. You know, you don't want a user to run away and have frustrations. And also the games. I'm focusing a lot on the games right now. Our roadmap is 8 games for December. These are not totally complete games, but more like a demo kind of thing.
The concept itself.
Yeah, the concept. And later on, when the virtual console will be released in March, then these games will also be integrated into the blockchain with proof of gameplay.
So for a small history of how Komodore64 appeared to life, and how did it started, where it started, maybe you can give a small overview of last 6 months.
Well, 6 months is a bit too long.
5
because it's been, I think we started this adventure in March this year. In the beginning, it was actually just Sam and me, Twilight Punkster. We met up in the Block Bar in The Hague. And he was very interested in the technology, and eventually we just started to work together on this thing. I remember when we were brainstorming names, it was actually pretty cool. That was really a long time ago. And now it's we're growing, we're expanding crazily fast. We started with just 2 offices in March, and now we're here in The Hague with it's a pretty big office, but in 2 months we're gonna move into a way bigger office. You know how much bigger it is.
It's at least 10 times bigger.
Yeah,
I mean, we're gonna have our media room, we're gonna have a green screen room, we're gonna have developers office, we're gonna have sound engineering office.
Yeah.
Cannot wait. It's very interesting.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be crazy good. So where we are now is we have a very strong team. We have a development team that's working on the games. We have social media people. We have
business
development, office management. I would even say we have lobby group people in our midst. They're very good at talking. So yeah, we're going steady, but it's very important that we keep growing, because with our ambitions we need to grow a lot more. We need much more blockchain developers, C++ developers, Unity developers, 3D modelers, graphic designers, you name it.
So if you think that you have the skills and you have the passion to work in a blockchain game development company, send your CVs to hello@komodore64.com or drop a message.
Jobs at Komodore64.com.
Jobs at Komodore64.com.
Yeah.
There you go. You said it better. Just write a letter. We're gonna find it. If you want to find us, we're gonna definitely see your message. Right?
Yeah.
I just wanted to say sorry for the maybe sound disruptions because of the builders fixing some stuff upstairs.
Yeah.
So sorry for that. That's not our fault. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about the games. What kind of games we're expecting in upcoming months?
So the goal is December 8 games, right? But these are just because we have a very small team. You cannot expect full-fledged games from us at that stage. So it's like concept games with a focus on gameplay. We just really want to have great fucking gameplay, so the games need to be really fun. That's the most important part. So right now the main focus area on development is deep sea bombers, which we will have a playtest of next week Friday. It will actually be multiplayer and a lobby system. This took us a little bit more development time, but we need to create these systems for all our games anyway, so it's good to have these skills already, to have the experience in building this. So yeah, I'm pretty excited about that, and I'm really excited about what you guys will think of the Deep Sea Bombers demo.
It's coming next week Friday, you mentioned?
Yes, next week Friday.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Testers, be ready because the game is really amazing. We just tested the multiplayer yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
And it was hell of a fun. I think you could most definitely see it on our Instagram story if you did not miss it, because it was set down yesterday.
Yes, if you follow our Instagram, on Instagram there are always like these little secret thingies that we don't
most of
really
the people
share.
don't even see it.
Yeah.
So
it's like
go and
secretive.
follow us at Komodore Games.
Komodore Games, yes. So these are, sometimes we have like little snippets of games we just show when we're developing Office Live, like
something
this.
natural, so you could understand that we're not robots like humans.
Yeah, we're actually real people working here. Yeah.
There is no hand in my bed moving my mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you can tell a little bit about the upcoming movie commercial for SDKs.
I mean, I really want to tell everything about it, but you know, it is your passion project.
Yeah, it is my project. We're working hard, and we're going to be filming next weekend a sort of commercial movie. That's one of my ideas, to show what kind of people can use Komodore64 Virtual Console, K64 coins, and it should connect to all of the people, because what we're trying to do with K64 and Virtual Console is to literally let people use blockchain technologies without actually understanding them. So the more simple it is, the more easy it is to use the technologies for people.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say nothing too much, but it'll be amazing. I mean, we were just sitting yesterday with the videographer talking about final details and final locations.
Yes.
There'll be probably like 4 locations. There will be around 4 characters, different characters, showing their ways of lives, and I think that's more than enough.
But it's
I don't want to say the whole thing.
It's gonna be fucking good. If any of you guys have seen the Expo trailer we did with the narrator, that was actually this guy doing the narration. But this next video is gonna be a step up.
Yeah,
it's gonna be.
We're scaling up.
Yeah,
we're scaling up. We're trying to actually impact as much as possible people and use the creativity that we have here around the office. And
yes, we have a lot of creativity here. There's a lot of
young bags.
Energy. Like, it's very energetic, and we have all these ideas, like in all kinds of way how we can promote K64 and the games we will create, and it's like crazy energy, and so we want to do as much as possible. So we're also thinking about doing like a little trailer for Deep Sea Bombers.
Yes.
Which will be.
We're looking for a submarine.
Yes, if anybody knows where to rent a submarine in like Netherlands somewhere.
Write it to us.
Yes, write to us.
Maybe
please.
One of your friends has a submarine somewhere in the backyard.
Yes.
That we can borrow.
Yeah.
That was going to be also an interest project that should be coming out around a month and a half from now.
Yeah.
When we finish the upcoming video, I can focus properly on writing the scenario for the next one, of course.
Yeah.
20th to 25th, Cologne, Gamescom.
Yes.
So we're not sure yet, but we have big ambitions to go to Gamescom As you know, Gamescom is one of the biggest game-related events in the Europe. There, in 5 days, there's around 350,000 people passing by. Everybody's passionate about gaming and new technologies, so it would be sad if we wouldn't be there. And we're most definitely going to try to use this opportunity to go there. And of course, we're going to make some content and shill some videos and pictures from there too. Probably we're going to have also a little meetup for only K64 related people who wants to understand the technology, understand what we're doing, be a part of it, or just to get to know us better. So and if you're Cologne, Gamescom,
yes, hit us up.
See you there.
Yes. If anybody has any questions, by the way, please feel free to ask.
I have the stream here, so if you want to ask something,
I know everybody wants to know everything about the funding and the financial partners. Well, you have to wait a little bit because we will do this the moment Sam arrives.
So grab a popcorn, grab a drink,
sit
comfortably, and everything will come soon enough. Soon enough, we promise.
Yeah.
Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
Well, I can talk a little about, like we had the introduction, I can talk a little about what I did for Komodore before, because that might be interesting for people. So I started in the Komodore ecosystem, I think it was December 2017. I really got into it, and I really loved this decentralized vibe of how they did things, and I wanted to add some value to it somehow. So I was working on these little interfaces of things, and but I never really pushed through on these things. But then eventually I went and made an app for KM Dice blockchain, which was called Dice Bets, a little gambling app. I also did some things for Varus, Truth and Privacy for All project. I did some posters for them, and in the future I will make interfaces for them and free the world.
Free the world.
Yeah.
Cool.
So if anybody has any questions, please.
And other than that, how was your weekend?
Well, it was pretty good.
Good one,
Marius. So since we're in The Hague anyway, every Friday at The Hague Tech there is this thing called Block Bar, which is a cryptocurrency blockchain meetup where people discuss all new developments or their own projects, just to get some feedback from people, and it's always a very cool thing to join. Very nice
I think
people.
it's so cool that actually this is why I'm at K64 through Blockbar too. We knew some people, and one thing that I like the most is during those Blockbar meetups you can really find people that you can relate to and talk freely about blockchain and problems and solutions, and it's just very informative and educational. So if you're around The Hague, every Friday we have a Block Bar here, and every fourth Friday we have a big Friday where
the fourth Friday of the month.
Exactly. And then we have much more bigger presentations, more people are coming prepared. And just regular Fridays is just everybody who comes, they can share whatever they want and just have a healthy conversation.
And basically Block Bar is where this
all started.
This giant company started.
It is crazy. It is crazy. We're
really
very
crazy.
happy. That's why we always have to say kind of thanks to them for gathering and making those kind of meetups for people who in a normal world, if they speak with another normal human, they wouldn't be understood. You know? Here you come and at least you know that the people can relate to you.
Let's just name then Bart Roorda.
Bart van Marsden.
They are the initiators of Block Bar.
So while we're waiting, maybe we can put the waiting screen again and put the microphone down. We're gonna see in about 10 minutes. Hopefully Sam will be here, and otherwise we're gonna figure out some more information to talk about.
Sam will be here, definitely. He will be.
It's okay. It's okay.
Now we can think of more things.
We're back for a little intermezzo before we do the big news. Because Sam is a little bit late, but that's life sometimes.
Let's talk about Deep Sea Bombers.
Yeah, so we're gonna talk about Deep Sea Bombers, and we have Guido here, who is a 3D modeler, and also he does like interfaces, all kinds of stuff. He's very, how to say, diverse in what he can do.
Thanks.
Yeah, lots of skills. It's very good to have in the team. So upcoming Friday we have the Deep Sea Bombers first playtest for all our players, so they can have a little taste about the game. We just decided let's talk a little bit about the game and what you guys can expect from it. So basically, what we have is it's like a maze-based game. I think Art has a screenshot he can pull up. Yeah, so here you see like the basic layout for the game, what it looks like.
There's gonna be barrels, of course.
Yeah, there are gonna be barrels with power-ups inside them. Power-ups, that means you can have more bombs, for example.
We have a crown that's gonna spawn a random good power-up, or a joker for a random bad power-up. Extra bombs, explosions, bigger explosions.
Also the bigger explosions, that's very important.
More speed, of course.
Yeah, and the most awesome thing we just added to the game are traps. They are really awesome modeled and animated by Nick. Nick is on holiday, so he cannot be here today. It's very sad. But basically what they are, it's like a big shark that will eat anything in its way. So
instant death.
Instant death, yes. You don't want to get that over your head. We have
an eel that will paralyze you if you're in range when the eel shocks you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. A turtle that will jump on your submarine and it will slow you down. Then we have a squid. Yes,
that's gonna limit your vision.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. You're gonna have like how to say, like these
ink spots,
ink splashes all over your screen, so you're blinded for a few seconds. So we added all these little things to make the game a little bit more tactical and fun and dynamic.
They're gonna spawn all over the map in a bubble.
Yeah.
So. That's gonna draw more players to one spot, and then fight for the bubble.
Yeah.
Fight for the trap.
And the first version we had was when we were doing the expo, and since then we've made really big progress. It's like creating a game. It takes a lot of time, even though we're actually doing it pretty fast. I think.
Very fast. Yeah.
He knows he's worked with other game companies.
Yeah.
I have not. But I can tell we're going very fast.
Yeah, it's going very well.
And so basically the adjustments since we did the expo, it's like the movement has been improved a lot. The camera view, which is very, very important. It takes a lot of trial and error to get like the camera view just perfect for the game.
Added awesome particles and stuff around the playing area.
Yeah, to make it more lively and pretty, and to get more life into the game.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else did we fix? Oh yeah, the multiplayer. So at first we wanted to do the test this Friday, but then you could only play with 2 players on one keyboard, basically on one computer. Which would have been maybe a little bit of a boring game. So we decided, okay, let's add the multiplayer to it, a lobby system, so the testers can actually compete against each other in this game. And you have to understand that what this will bring for the future when the virtual console is out, you can actually bet among your friends, like a crypto like K64, and then winner takes all, or you can create all kinds of tournaments inside the game. This is all through the power of proof of gameplay that the Komodo technology can give us.
There are going to be more game modes as well.
Oh yeah,
I'd imagine.
yes, more game modes,
Yeah.
co-op, maybe 8-player multiplayer as well.
It's going to be a fiesta.
Yeah, that's gonna be crazy stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
So what else can we talk about? The games. So how is it for you to create games in this environment? You know.
Yeah, it's awesome. Why? Why gaming?
Yeah.
It's very relaxing. You can just think about not think about anything else than the game you're in.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
For a game, it's very important that you are just only in the game. So you immerse yourself into
That's
the game.
everything that matters at that moment.
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah.
very true. Yeah, and after the deep sea bombers, we're gonna get the feedback from you guys after Friday. Then we're gonna adjust the gameplay through your feedback. And then eventually we will move on to Starbase Scorpion, I think is the next game we're gonna have, which is gonna be a top-down shooter, a co-op shooter with 4 players. It's basically you have to get rid of all alien life forms in this spaceship through cooperation with your team, and you can have all kinds of power-ups, and the enemies will get stronger and stronger.
Go through many rooms.
Yeah.
We have a question from the viewers. Kaden is asking, did you already integrate the blockchain layer into the games that you're talking about?
No, we did not yet do that. First, the SDK must be developed. Right now, we only are focusing on the gameplay. So the gameplay needs to be good, the game needs to be good first before we can actually think about adding blockchain to it. But we will once the SDK is ready. Sam already made a proof of concept SDK, but it needs to be fleshed out, needs to be more robust, I would say, and then later we can talk about adding the proof of gameplay into the games. Yeah.
Nice.
Any more questions, game-wise? No?
Yeah.
Well, we can take a little break again. If there is no other questions for the games, yeah, then
Around 10
we'll
minutes,
take a
yeah.
10-minute break and we'll come right back at you.
One.
You're rock and rolling. Whee.
Alright, here we are, people.
Are we?
Yes.
We are live, Sam.
Oh, great. As you can see, I'm like, right. Sorry, being late. That is part of the job. I have to attend a lot of things, meetings that are actually very important for our funding. Also, a couple of other things, as many people already knew. We have an agreement, or at least a partnership with Red Fox Labs, to prepare that kind of transaction that requires a lot of work, preparation. If any of you have followed K64 for the past couple of weeks, we did a lot of things. Practically, we beat the impossible. We had to move through like a lot of obstacles, because when we started, it was just like a little project that maybe would become like an ecosystem project. Then we became a company, and you don't hear them right now because they have been silenced, right? But we actually have a lot of people working. So we grew as a company. Then somewhere, if some of you can remember, there was we set up a live stream for Ultra Fighter,
Yes.
and in that same week, that was the day, or that was actually that same day. That is when we actually had negotiations regarding the VC and the funding. So that everything went like super fast in a really short amount of time. I think it's best to address a couple of questions first, because there's a list here. So let's see. Yes, I'm 1 hour late. That happens, you know. But Max was here, and I think that you guys got entertained pretty well.
Yes,
right?
I entertain.
And of course, many people are asking, hey, what's the funding? I see a couple of technical questions too, right? And that is, K64 is more than just a crypto project. We are a game development company that publishes games, doing this with crypto. That means we are more than just a coin. As you all know, getting this big amount of funding doesn't really require us to focus too much on investments. We're not doing a fundraising, an IEO, for example. Totally not going for that. So actually, we personally think that the financial partnerships, they're very important, but they're not like the key focus that we do. The key focus that we have as K64 is that we build games, bring back that old gameplay feeling to the people, right? Make those games turnkey with blockchain, because blockchain is the future. And we actually have a whole business model around that. One of the reasons that we looked into is this going to be viable? Is this going to work at all? And after a couple of months of research, a lot of research, a lot of ups and downs, technical obstacles, we are very confident that we can do this. That's also why we got the funding. We didn't got the funding because of our coin, or as the potential for raising a lot of money from blockchain itself. We actually got the funding mostly because we are a gaming company. We have good concepts. As you can see, we have already listed out a lot of games, and these games are part of what we call a new trend in the gaming. People want to play online. They want to play fast games, arcade kind of games. This has been going on for the last year, 2 years, and actually this whole idea of gameplay first is what drives the whole indie development community. This is where itch.io got like 90% of its fan base. Games that are made by small companies instead of like the big AAA ones. We put it one notch further because when we were talking about games in the very early beginning, we were thinking, why not go just a little step beyond? We had the momentum, so we picked a strategy to aim high, and that worked out. We were able to finalize the deal with help from Ben Fairbank, AJ Sharma. Both of them are on our advisory boards. Actually, AJ is going to join the team permanently. I think that gives out a lot of confidence. In that regard, we are far more than just a crypto project, and we will always put the focus on the gaming itself. So, have something to say about it?
Well, yeah, I already told the people that the gameplay is the most important part. Right
Yes.
now, we can only focus on gameplay and make the games as much fun as possible, but at the same time have all our ideas about the NFTs and how we use proof of gameplay, and we can all add that later in. Because first, the game needs to be fun.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think we met Fred Smith a couple of months ago, right? And he was so excited. And Fred Smith is actually one of the guys from Microprose. He actually made like for a console that we will not mention that kind of is quite close to our name, right? But and he was so excited that we focus on gameplay first. And actually, a lot of people that interact with us, they are really happy that we focus on gameplay. We have that same feedback from Ultra Fighter, from Deep Sea Bombers, and we focus on that games should be fun first. Now, in regard, I see a couple of technical questions like, so there's no blockchain technology being used right now. That is kind of true, and kind of that needs some kind of a background story. So the first proof of concept was like, can we integrate, or at least I integrated a part of Unity with the Komodore blockchain. That was fairly simple, and we actually, the reason that it is fairly simple now is because there was a lot of work done by the Ethereum company. The Ethereum community. Ethereum, for example, the scripting backend that makes it possible to do that kind of integration with through RPC, for example. That was like one vital part to make that happen. If I didn't have that experience, it probably wouldn't work out that easily, because it is pretty much it is difficult to say, hey, let's do this with another kind of blockchain, because Ethereum is pretty much the standard these days to integrate a game engine with. Take a look at Engine have a full SDK that's all around Ethereum, based on Ethereum. If you look at, for example, a platform that can be used for gaming, like Loom, based on Ethereum. However, going back to the question, why isn't it integrated? Two things. We have to settle a couple of technical obstacles. One of them is that we are going to distribute an SDK, and this SDK is going to be open source, right? So that anyone can build a game on Komodore blockchain. This has always been our number one priority. Why? Because we think that with new ideas, people doing the open source, using open source resources, they can actually build a better product, which we then where we can learn from. So if you see like, hey, someone, for example, they work with the SDK, they try something new, and then they discover like, oh, but it can do this. It should be as simple as a pull request, right? And then we can evaluate it, and so on. And I think as a developer, I think it's most importantly when you work with games, that you should be able to fix your own bugs. That you shouldn't be waiting for like, hey, 5 days support. Why isn't this issue fixed, right? If you have the power to fix your own bugs, I think that's good. I think it's very, very important that that people have can trust something, right? There are a lot of things that come with an SDK. We actually had to. We had ideas to keep one part completely closed source and one part open source, and that is because of technical and legal liabilities. If you take, for example, when we use Unity, we use a lot of packages that requires a lot of legal statements and so on and so on and so on, and we had to work around that. That really cost a lot of time. We had to work out an API. We've been hiring blockchain developers. AJ, how many do we have from Burke? About eight blockchain developers. They have the responsibility to make the SDK as robust as possible. And at this point, there are like 2 technical people that are fully on staff working on games, right? One is Nigel, who's awesome, right? The other one is sadly me. And as you can see, if I'm already 1 hour late for a live stream, imagine how that goes for development. We have been aggressively hiring. We had like how many applications did we got?
Like more than 100.
More than 100, right?
Yeah, and just on one job.
Yeah. Suzanne is our CTO. Actually, WhatsApps me, and she gets really annoyed for me not responding. Right when a good candidate comes in, and she asks me like, "Hey, is this something you can add?" And I probably didn't respond to that. Yeah, I'm a horrible person, right? So it is quite difficult to create something that people can use and that we can use at the same time, and we take responsibility in when we put something out there. We want people to be able to work with it and not go into like, hey, this is version 0.2, right? And this is something that happened with, for example, sorry, I'm gonna jump to a little bit of JavaScript development. There was a time I worked on with Meteor. It was an awesome product, but at version 0.2, everything worked in some way, right? And then you update to version 0.4, and then everything changed again, and it was like really frustrating because then as a developer you have to refactor, you have to go through stuff. We actually want to take that pain away. We can never do that for 100%, but when we gonna put this out, we want to be sure that we have proper documentation, we have a good API, and anyone in computer science knows that that the most hardest thing is naming things, right? And having a good API is something you can pick up fairly easy. We think that with the SDK, anyone that has good enough experience with Unity or Unreal Engine should be able to have something workable within the first day, right? Just by following a tutorial, like a rollerball, or something like a Tetris kind of game, it should be that easy. But that kind of things take time. We have to make sure that because we use this technology into with a game engine, we have to make sure that all these things are easy to be updated, that there's not a lot of trouble when doing these things. Also, a very important part is that we are building the virtual console. And the virtual console uses that SDK. That SDK is almost like a vital thing. So, as I said before, there is going to be like the SDK is definitely open source, right? But we're going to add like other packages, modules, right? The second that we see like a viable project, we think like, okay, we can actually distribute the game, that we can empower certain developers with some kind of license agreement, or at least like or act as an accelerator, for example, and we can empower them to move their product fairly easy to the virtual console. The virtual console is not dependent on the SDK, but it does uses like I think like 99% of it, right? So and that's a good thing too, right? Because if we have that open source SDK, someone makes a game, sends us a demo. It's like, hey, I want to publish that game on your virtual console. Then it's fairly easy for us because we know, hey, you're using our SDK. We don't have to refactor anything. We pretty much have to look through what kind of quality is this game. Is the gameplay right? Does this fit with our audience? And so on and so on and so on. So we detached like the gameplay elements, the game mechanics, and the technology in separate pieces. Another reason is that not every game is the same game. You cannot simply say like, oh yeah, just throw that in there. Oh, just throw that in there. Many people think that is that easy. It isn't. We have picked to create a general purpose SDK, so we can actually slim down, optimize for certain kind of games. If you take a look at Deep Sea Bombers, for example, there's an entirely different game, which is a puzzle maze game, compared with Ultra Fighter, which is a high action game. It has a lot of shooting, moving, but in essence, Ultra Fighter is way simpler than the Deep Sea Bombers. With Deep Sea Bombers, you have certain kind of power-ups that have to behave within a kind of within a box.
Yeah. Traps.
We are still like we worked on player avatar, which is like fairly new. And when Max was thinking about Deep Sea Bombers, because Deep Sea Bombers is totally his mind.
Good thing, a mind.
Well, yeah, you know what I want to
Yeah.
say, but let's not say it, right? But it is like his one of the things that he wanted, like from when we started. We need a puzzle maze game.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
No, he didn't say it like that, but it's like that is what he wanted. And if you look at Go Fast, totally his idea, I think Waffenkern,
Yeah.
kind of got born that way. And if you take a look at those games, they're completely different. And that's why we focus on the gameplay first, so that we have the game mechanics. Like, what do we exactly need? We're not like randomly developing the SDK. Like, oh yeah, let's put some APIs in there. Maybe you can need it. We also needed some standards because when we worked with Komodo, well, at least for example, if you take a look at tokens, right? It didn't really fit the bill. So, but I believe in that, and this is something I heard like months ago, that the modules that are there, I think most of them were made by James, or at least some of them from KD Labs or something, and that there are like labs. They are like, hey, this is what you can do with Komodo, right? Look through it and do something with it. And that is actually what we started to do. Our NFT exchange is about, I think, like a lot of it is completely based on token. Token CC, right? Can we still call it CC? It's an Antara module. Antara module now. Yeah. So we have to detach. We actually didn't know about that name, so we had to move things around. There were also a couple of things made in parallel, and I think about 2, maybe 3 months that we kind of went from being a Komodo ecosystem to more like, hey, we're gonna develop more in-house. We have to focus on our own things. I think when we made that split, there's where we decided, okay, we have to build things in parallel because game mechanics are not blockchain specific. It's not blockchain specific code. So the SDK and the gaming are separated, and I think that it's mostly important to understand that that refactoring game mechanics to blockchain is not that really hard, at least not for us, especially since we are like the vendor of that SDK, so we know what the SDK can do, and especially what it can do yet. And refactoring is part of every process, and I think that a lot of people that worked on the engine long before the SDK got out, they started to work on a game, they had a little bit of experience with this and that, and they start to work on a game. Building a game takes a lot more of time than small mechanics in there out there, right? And it is pretty normal in any kind of software engineering that you sometimes you build something, you take some things in mind when you develop it. That's exactly what we're doing. That's why our games are not like super complex. It is fairly easy to say like, okay, we can monitor the movement. For example, for proof of gameplay, we can use proof of effort in this kind of game. For example, proof of effort in deep sea bombers. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. But player avatar, right? That's something that we worked on. That you could pimp your submarine. That your deep sea bomber dude is like
you can customize your
it,
person.
you know, hair and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And in essence, you would think like, is that really necessary? We think that little details add to the game experience. I think that pretty much covers why we are like separating that part.
Yeah.
And I think it's not an illogical option. And especially since we're a pretty young company, we have to kind of like make decisions. If we say like, oh, we're gonna build a little small game and let's prove to everyone this is a blockchain game, right? Our proof of concepts, which already show that we can do it, but we need more than proof of concept. We actually want to deliver real games. We want to deliver games that are actually fun to play. We already know that you can do almost anything with Komodore, and at least a lot more than with any other existing blockchain technologies. Right. I think that handles like 500.
Yeah.
Hafla? What's Hafla?
We will get this.
Okay, and resources within speak from that perspective. Answer to my last question doesn't make sense. If blockchain is the focus. So, okay, yeah.
Lots of questions about funding.
Okay, so we can totally answer that question. Okay. Isn't it very unlikely that 78 million flow into Ethereum without any major media coverage? We did actually have a lot of media coverage. Let's combine this together. Okay. Okay, let's do the gaming stuff first so that we can finish that part off. Will K64 focus on blockchain integration for games or game design? Both.
Both, yeah.
Both. As we said before, we build games and we do that on blockchain technology, so they go hand in hand. We're not like a typical crypto project, like hey, here's a coin, hey, here's a game, hey, use that coin into a game. We do a little bit more than that. If you're gonna look at in the formal structure, part of this company is like a game studio that develops, designs games. Actually, I think Max probably covered like first half hour. Sorry.
Yeah.
Right. That's part of the company. Second part of the company is that if you look us up in the Chamber of Commerce, that we are also the publisher of things. That means that we publish games. That's where the virtual console stands for. So we have our own market. So instead of like publishing to Steam, publishing to Game Jolt, publishing to itch.io, or going straight for a console, we pretty much have our own virtual console. So we publish our games on the virtual console and distribute from there. I think those are the two most essential parts of this company. The fact that we use this with blockchain, personally, I don't feel that it makes us super special. Personally, I think that blockchain is a technology that we use. The same, it would be the same if you would develop a game And you said like, hey, I'm gonna build something from scratch, and so on and so on and so on. Or you pick a game engine, like we do, right? So just like we pick Unity for like most of the games, and we're definitely moving to Unreal as well. We don't have. We are still working out like which games are better because we are focusing on shooters, mostly high action games, high performing games for Unreal. But as you can see, we have a lot to do. We use blockchain as a mechanism. We use it for it's a technology to have some persistent, not only like a trackable, uncheatable experience, and that's actually how we see it. We don't see it like blockchain first and then gaming first. We think actually gaming first, right?
Yeah.
That uses blockchain. It's kind of a mindset. It might be boggling for some people, but that's what it is. Okay. Oh, Hafla is like an exchange. Yeah. Okay. Let's hang on. So let's go back. So here comes the question. Like, okay, why do you announce 78 fucking million? Right? Oh shit! I did it. I just did
Let's
it.
go. You just did it once.
Fuck me.
So
Okay,
well,
twice.
Okay.
Fucking hell. 3 times. Okay. Where's
Max
Beetlejuice?
used it in the last hour too. No worries.
I did too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, just 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
pretty
improving.
nice. Yes, I am.
Okay. So, why? Shall we be honest about it?
Yeah, let's be honest.
Yeah, okay, cool. So, when we settled that deal, right, and that was on that day of the live stream that went completely horrible bad because of meh. No, actually.
First time setting up the live stream, people. I mean, it was.
It was
a
fun.
tough job.
That was with Lisk Center,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But a good thing we got Suzanne from there, right?
Yes.
Thanks to Suzanne, right? We talked. That's she. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's how we got you. We bribed them. Yeah, something like that. No, that's a lie. Nah, she loved us from the very beginning. Actually, she loved you more, I think.
Okay. Let's
Everybody.
keep on track.
Yeah, it's policy. Everyone loves Max. Okay, so this is the on-stream. So when we settled that deal, right, our structure, that deal was made under other conditions. There was another director involved, right, and that director is no longer being active in K64, but that deal was settled under 2 directors, one being me and one being someone else. So, there were a couple of other struggles during that amount of time. We were actually we were like happy to announce the news because that deal is settled, right? We just had to meet up some conditions, and those conditions are not like impossible to reach. But because we had to break up parts of K64, that really delayed a lot of things. We had to change a lot of things. We had to move forward into a real board. AJ was actually part of those negotiations as well. And for the people who are on Discord, we're talking about the term sheet. AJ and Maiko. Maiko's from what's the company name? No. Maiko from he's our partner. Yeah, it's in the white paper. It's so bad. Maiko's actually on holiday, but Maiko, who has been
Arena?
yeah.
Arena.
Yeah, Arena. That's the company name, but it's mostly like Maiko do a lot of things, and Maiko and AJ were like from the initial negotiations. They actually fixed up the term sheet, and they actually know that when we started with that term sheet, and AJ was actually present at that meeting, which went completely horrible. And we had to negotiate a lot of things. And in the beginning, that was perfect. I think that we did a solid job on that day. And then almost a week later, K64 almost fell apart. Everyone that works in the company, and we have a policy that we do not distribute information in regards to our internal operation and so on, because this is a startup, it has startup hiccups. But K64 almost died. We almost lost that funding. That is the truth.
Yeah.
And actually, we didn't almost lost the funding like once. We almost probably lost like 3 times.
It's not funny, man. It's not a joke.
Yeah. I had really bad days, and Max had some mental breakdowns too. I think some of our staff were praying in the office. We're all atheists here, I think, right? Right,
Yeah.
atheists. Oh, sorry, AJ. Yeah. So AJ, thanks to AJ, we had some Hindu god help. Sorry, no, that's a bad joke. No, we went into a lot of trouble right after. We were like super happy when that was finished, and then we actually had to change the VC agreement. We had to renegotiate, and you can imagine that if you were like in a pretty shit position, those negotiations become like a lot harder. Then we had a couple of people in K64 who aren't working here anymore that would fulfill certain kind of positions, which were really important to meet all those conditions. So we have been fighting towards staying alive and not losing the funding like every week. And that is probably the biggest problem of the media coverage. We couldn't get things done right on time, because when we got like the funding and we went for the expo, our plan was like, hey, let's have this all finished before the expo. Yeah. And that was the plan, and we did not make that. So we had to decide on the strategy. There's the same thing with why not a media coverage. Yes, we could have like talk a lot of stuff, but things were so uncertain at that point that we decided like we're not going to remove that tweet. We're not going to withdraw from that because that agreement is still as strong as this, and actually it is settled. I have to check something. Hang on, sorry people. Sorry. So we had to decide a couple of times. This is also done with, like, for example, the white paper, doing the blur out. We hope that we would be able to finish that long before the time. But you have to understand that we don't get that amount of money from one private investor, right? That you talk to. You actually talk to an organization, and that organization is more like, don't call us, we call you, right? It's not like, hey, let's pop by and let's have a coffee or something. No, that doesn't work that way. This is the same with our acceptance process and audit with Ernst & Young, right? You cannot say like, hey, just pop in, right? AJ started out with that process. AJ was like there. He initiated Ernst & Young. So why Ernst & Young? Because we could have done an audit like anywhere in The Hague, anywhere. We actually talked to an audit guy, right? Which you need, right? So we got some feedback, input from valuable community members, people that have been at the start of K64 and said like, hey, you need a big name for that one, because Mario from The Hague, right? That wouldn't have any impact. So we decided to go for Ernst & Young. I think like the initial contact, right? I think there was like 4 weeks in between before we get even a decent response. And when we finally got a response, they actually want to plan like a meeting 5 days later. And I think in all anger, I called one of the. We don't mention names because they have like a secrecy thing, and I don't think it's really professional to say like, right? But I got so angry, like, hey, I don't have time for this stuff, right? And people are like on my ass every day, and it shouldn't be that hard. Well, I can tell you from experience, and I think Max can tell us from experience, it is sometimes that hard. So eventually, it took a phone call. But the process to get to that part of the phone call where we actually got into that process of acceptance, that took 4 to 6 weeks. That's what it took, and that's not because we didn't want to go any faster. We cannot just say like, oh yeah, just come to us and so on. You would think that if you have this amount of funding and this amount of stuff, really for the big companies. And especially if you're still like a startup, and if you're not like, if you don't have like this big name on your behind your email, in your email domain, right? They don't prioritize you. So that took a long time to give us some priority. Usually these kind of processes take 3 months. 3 months, and that's okay for some people, and probably a lot of people would say like, hey, why didn't you just say like 3 months? Well, to be frankly honest, did we know? No.
Did we know?
Yeah. Did you ever had so much fucking funding? Sorry. So much fucking funding. No. Sorry. So much fucking funding. Sorry. Ever in your life?
No.
Me neither. Not. So this is like new fucking ground, right? And that's just what it is. And we made a lot of things, but do we regret to put out that tweet? I don't regret it. We're advised by some kind of marketing agency like, put that away, and I was like, well, no, because that's the fact what it is. I think that's a good call. I think that's also part of K64 that we're kind of blunt, right? We're fucking blunt. We're pretty much blunt. Even though I look super corporate today, but that's why I was late. I actually have to do sometimes the CEO thing here, right? I don't like it, but we are blunt. We are adventurous. I think when we're excited, most people confuse excitement with hyping. We're excited with what we do. We're excited with what we try to accomplish. Sometimes we have to swallow back in our words, or have to say like, hey, sorry, we cannot make that announcement. It's not because we don't want to, but because of all the stuff that we have experienced the last couple of months, how you so easily can get to a success point and just get stomped off that mountain cliff, right? That's pretty much how it goes. But anyway, big media coverage. Another aspect is that our team is continuously growing, and we actually have a lot of people now that we didn't have before. When we started out with Nick, then Carolina, then Nick, then Guido.
Art probably.
Yeah, Art probably, right? Kostik came soon after, right? And we were like a growing company, and but we didn't have like the people to how to deal with large press. We didn't even have like we were like in the middle of a fucking move as well. We were still in the other building, and we didn't even have an organization for lunch. No, our lunches were like disorganized. Imagine trying to do that for media coverage. And we firmly believe, and we still firmly believe, that we have that we can do that at any time of the moment. So we can tell you a couple of things. For example, we are by national television. People are like connecting to us. Actually, Bloomberg said like, "Hey, if you're going to give us an exclusive, right? We're going to cover you." And we said like, "Hey, we don't want to do exclusive. When we do things out, we're going to do it that way." I think that also with Janine on board, A lot of things are way more structured. There's a lot of coverage that we have planned and that we're working forward to. As you know, that our community management and our social media presence, they're mostly like managed by one person. One, right? I used to be the guy that did the
In
Twitter.
the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, in the early beginnings, I did all the tweets, I did all the announcements, all that load goes to one person. We're still like trying to enforce that part of the team, and that is where we cannot put like a lot of workload just to one or two people. That is way too much. And that's why we're expanding very fast. That's why we're getting into processes. When we used to hire people, it was like, hey, there was just like a conversation with me and Max,
Yeah.
right?
Do we like
And
you?
Max,
Are you good?
and we didn't have like I think this was with Nick. I wasn't even there with Guido. I think.
No.
No, I wasn't there with Guido. Well, for example, with Nick, when Nick came in for his job interview, there were 2 chairs in the office, right? Max was sitting in my chair. I was sitting on a pillow, right?
Yeah.
Right? And we just asked the questions, and then 30 minutes later, he was hired, right? They're like, yeah, you're a cool guy. I like you. You're fucking talented. Hey, here, jump on board. We actually now have a process, right? I actually was forbidden to hire people on demand, right? Right?
Yeah, you were forbidden. You were still forbidden. But sometimes you bend the rules a little bit for yourself.
Hey,
To
okay,
be
Nigel.
honest. Yeah, I know.
He said, but he still went through the process,
Yeah.
right? But I kind of said, like, yeah, I just want to have that guy, right?
Yeah.
No, it's like if someone makes like a Zelda prog gen dungeon, right? I don't, Cameron doesn't see it, but I'm like huge Zelda fan. Right. So that's pretty much like the big media coverage. We don't have a lot of people. We do have a lot of people, but we're majorly understaffed. And we do not want to, because we had some people on board that we had confidence in. We decided that we wanted to be. We want to have a more a stronger process. We wanted to have. We want to have to give people future. Also an internal thing. We changed when people who started here at the beginning, we had like a very simple contract. It's like, hey, you're gonna work here, and we're gonna give you this amount of money. Because of the successes and the hard work and the effort, everyone got a raise, right?
Yeah.
Right. Still shit raise, but hey, it's a raise. But also like future plans, education, right? There's like a budget, coins, right? Because when we started, we didn't have coins. We were planning on coins, but we didn't have coins,
No.
right? So that kind of stuff changed, and we're gonna still expand and so on and so on and so on. But media coverage, we have a better strategy plan. We still have to work towards better PR communication. Our website is now on. When we release, we now do press releases. We now do actually have an A-list of press that we contact when we have announcements. Today, actually, we didn't send out everything to the press. What we wanted to do, and that's something that Max and I discussed, like, okay, there's a couple things that we need to address. And it's best probably to do it on Livestream, because we have Discord, we have Telegram, and there are also a lot of people that are on neither of those. And I think this is a good way to present a little bit about how we look, how we feel, a little bit of live session without typing everything in direct messages. Yeah, and I think this is a good strategy. So we probably We're gonna give you some information. I know you're dying for it. But also another thing that is part of that strategy, Shanine, who's responsible or at least handles like half no, actually 80% of our interaction with media. She's still sick, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she had she was sick this week, and we decided no longer we as usual we have like a really big fuck up box, right? It's an endless pit. Last time that we tried to do announcement, for example, the white paper, we decided to do that on Saturday. It was a symbolic day, but it wasn't really a smart move to do, right? Because the only people working at that moment, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, us too.
Because of two of us, and after it, we were so tired. So, fun fact. If you were there on that day for the white paper release, and you clicked actually on the first part of the link, right? You should have seen that we fucked up there, right there. So it doesn't matter anymore. So we were like laughing afterwards. I was like super angry at that point. But everything was revealed because the executive summary in the beginning, someone...
I forgot to take it out.
So, yeah. And some people, and we love that part of our community. We love that part, right? That instantly, from our community, right, people started calling us and sending us direct messages like, yeah! Weren't you? It's in there. Aren't you? And because we already made an announcement to blur stuff out, right? And they said like that was so amazing. It was like 1 second, right? When we you got a direct message and I got a phone call, and we were like, holy shit. Oh, there were 3 people worried. Sorry, Marius. Sorry, Marius. Marius is who's responsible for our website, putting our white paper online and that kind of stuff, right? He was like, Marius, save, get it off, right? Deleting tweets, and I was like, and people like, why is the tweet gone? Why is the link doesn't work anymore, right? And that was so horrible. That was so horrible. But that kind of stuff happens, right? That kind of stuff happens. So, but we learn from those experiences that when we do something really big, right, and we are going to engage the press with it, that's the part where we actually have to draw a little bit of line. We have to realize we are really hardworking. We have that adrenaline. We have that vibe. We have that energy. And if necessary, everyone in this fucking office, right? They would like, we're already on a fucking rocket anyway. But we have to make a little bit of we have to create this little bit of rest point, because the last couple of months they have been super busy, super stressful, challenging. That's a fucking understatement, I think.
Fucking
right?
Challenging.
Yeah. It's like Max and I have been standing on the roof like every day, right? Like, let's screw everything. Let's screw everything. So you see, money isn't everything, right? It has been super stressful and so on, and so we have to, and some people they don't understand this part, but we are in this for the passion, but we have to draw some lines. Me, for example, I've been being less in the office because I need to get some work done. Work that needs to be done. That means also I need some rest. Pulling all-nighters after one after, and at some point I do need some rest. I do need some offline time. Because it's getting into a position, right, where you have to deal with certain things. That takes a lot of your energy. It takes a lot away of your motivation, and without recharging our batteries, that doesn't work. So we decide to do announcements, or at least press announcements, only when Janine's on board. We're going to do that on working days. We're going to do that pretty planned. And the reason why we're doing this one is because there's been a lot of fear, uncertainty, doubt in our community. Our community isn't really big yet, and we don't strive to like build a lot of community. We are building community, and I think we're doing fairly well, right?
Yeah,
we're doing fairly well, but we're not trying to. We're not focusing on doing daily updates and so on. We should, but I think that I speak for my team that they rather have me working on the solving the issues that are standing now, right? That we work on the games and deliver the parts on our roadmap. I think spending like those 5 hours on something that matters, then 5 hours to tell you about like, hey, this is where we go and so on and so on and so on. We're not looking for investors. We already have that investor. And if people want to invest in K64, buy K64, sure, go ahead. We have only put some minor, a little bit of volume on digital price, right? We don't have anything on our order book, right? So we don't actually make anything what's going on there. I think that the things that were sold were so bad.
2 million sold.
Right? Yeah, but we don't control that much. We do offer certain people that's like, and that's mostly to keep them safe, because we had like really high spikes at one point. We were listed on digital price for like 64 euro cents. Right, and if people want to buy a high volume or whatsoever, we rather have them to have lesser risk, but we only do that for like higher volumes, and that's more like yeah, how do you say it? Like a courtesy versus than doing like real business. Most of our early backers, we give them K64.
Yeah.
We now have the K64 tip bot. Komodore is now like raining K64 on the people online.
Yeah. Our testers, they get K64.
Yeah, and we're totally not looking into like we have to put this here and there. I think that pretty much concludes a lot of things, right? I think that concludes a lot of things. And then please answer the above question precisely and clear. Ooh, someone is being hostile. Very good morning. Oh look, if you refuse to answer the question to be clear, then we have to call this out what it is. That's nice.
It's not very nice.
Not very nice.
It's not very nice.
Yeah.
Somebody released the summary, the old summary on the Discord.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
Oh, then it's out.
And it's out.
Yeah. To be honest, we didn't do a really good job on the blurring out.
Well,
If you did something like Googling, right?
yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
Right. Big investor company.
Yeah, yeah,
Little logo.
yeah.
Right. So it's on Discord. Oh, let me check. Do. So this is like listen to. So that are still buying your coins have the right to know. I don't think he bought anything from us. Right? See. I am addressing the only question is funny. Actually, we're doing AMA first. Actually, we actually have a list we made, right? Starting with AMA. Oh, okay. Yep. Nope, he's talking nonsense. Oh, that's nice. Actually, we do. Yeah. Yes, isn't that enough? Yeah, with your negative comments. Ooh, wow. Okay, we probably have to. Not even retweet. This is original. Yep. This is like a long list. Probably should address this, right?
Yeah.
True. Go on. So, if you're on Discord, right? That's the unblurred part of the summary. Let's try to address this first. You worried about it? Why keep it on NDA? Yes, it does. Oh, really? Okay. Okay, this is going to be fun. How much time for the AMA? Actually, now, right? Well, it's been 5 months. Actually, it's lower. It's lower. Did I miss something?
What do you mean?
Kind of. No, it's like getting. Yep. This is train wreck in slow motion. There's your retweet. Yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Okay. There's a lot of FUD going on, and Caden is also from is also the CTO from Red Fox, right? And yeah. Yeah. Can you read this shit or not? Like that list, right? But hey, talking bullshit, man. Yeah. Let's take a short break. Let's see how we're gonna address this stuff.
Okay, cool.
Or not?
Well, he says that. So the Goldman Sachs thing in the white paper, that was an honest mistake. Because I did it and I got some shit for it.
No.
Well,
it's not a mistake. We blurred it out. We had full intention to.
Yeah, but like to keep it in the summary.
Yeah.
He's thinking that it was for hype it up a little bit.
No,
but
because no one else had it.
Yeah.
No one else had it. In fact, when we built a white paper, we first had like Google Documents.
Yeah.
And then Max wanted to pimp everything up. That's why the white paper looks so good. And we used a DTP program. I think nobody saw the final version of the white paper, like as it was, just you and me. We did like 90% of that work on that same day. What do you say to those people? How do you address those concerns? Many people in the community are concerned this is a scam. How exactly should we be scamming them? We didn't have like a really high volume on digital price. We didn't list anything anywhere else. As we said, we didn't have like an open order book, and we are more than willing to prove that we really didn't make any shit out of it.
No.
So we don't. We actually, if that would be the truth, wouldn't we like put like that? There are like 100 billion better ways to do it, right?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
This just costs a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But many people are like, as we said before. Oh, actually, that's something that Because Janine's not here and we're doing so on. Actually, we're going to have like a press statement regarding that. So it is Goldman Sachs Group. We have we work with Ernst & Young, and our Vectrix wasn't blurred out.
No. No, there wasn't.
No, exactly. The whole investment is actually, I think you should give a element with there's a expanding team. How's the expansion funds? Your spending, that's correct. Okay, there's a lot of questions going on here indeed. Or investors transparency is an issue. Yes. Yeah, we should totally address these because these are from Auto, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's try. Okay. Let's see. Let's try to avoid the negative parts, and let's try forward. Let me put this first to this. I think Torsten is like the new Komodore guy.
Oh no,
Komodore guy. We actually, I actually have a couple of calls with Goldman Sachs anyway regarding press releases and so on. They are aware that we are going to reveal information. We actually also are going to do that in collaboration with them. If we would say like, oh, we're going to do this, if we would postpone announcements or revealing information, I think that would have only like created more FUD, and we decided to do it that way. During stream stage, you guys have been expanding. How is the expansion financed? We have some private angels, private investors, and we are mostly self-sustained. So Max here is like completely without salary, so am I. We're pretty much winging this. Winging this. So there's part of private investment, and we got it in advance. So we are able to deal with certain things. We weren't able to do a lot of things that we want. Yes, we can confirm them, Torsten. Just to be clear, this is not hostile. I'm actually addressing the questions. I find it very disturbing for my team too, because my team is actually here hearing everything. But especially when we're like almost like called. You mentioned that there's no official. Yes, that is correct. So let me address those two questions first. Okay, there's no official comments from Goldman Sachs. Yes, that's correct, because actually we should do this in collaboration. If you listened about 15-20 minutes ago, I think I addressed the fact that we do the press thing in collaboration with our partners. This is actually more for our community, what we're doing right now. Then we're doing like, oh look world, this is what it is, because we just want to tone down the FUD to actually tell everyone like, okay, these are the facts, and we are actually at liberty now to disclose that, right? And every day has been nerve-wracking, like, okay, should we announce it now, announce so as well. But without our press officer, I think it's a bad thing to call up every part of the media. Actually, we're gonna have like a call about that in between breaks on how we're gonna do that. Also, with regard, that's why also Ernst & Young was blurred out. Most people already knew that we were dealing with Ernst & Young, but there's an acceptance round and so on and so on. So that is, I think, what it is.
Yeah.
Right?
It is what it is. Yeah.
It is what it is. And you don't have to believe that. Sure, you can totally verify. And somewhere on this day, I will well, at least we will put some things out as well on social media, but we decided to do this on stream and do a live thing. Do you win? Actually, no. That is Otto. Those investors, what we're talking about, they invest in the company. They do not invest in the coin, because actually the coin didn't exist at that time. We had very early backing. We also, if you go back to and we have backers too. I put a lot of my private money into this company. Like for example, the place that we're in at this point, the salaries for the last months, right? So that's something you can know. Let's see. Yeah, but those aren't like, we give those coins to backers, but not with like a certain price in mind. There are some people that want to, for example, there are a bunch of people that actually want to buy K64, and we said like, okay, what do you have in mind? They're like, okay, when you're going to announce listings and so on. We have not received any payment for those people. I said like, okay, if you want to have K64 and you want to have it at that certain amount of price, wait for that listing and so on and so on. And we gave that in advance. We didn't make any money out of that. Regarding like listing price, symbolically, most people say like, oh, that's way too low, but 0.64, I think most of the things that we do, yeah, this is the listing price that we're, right?
Yeah.
But it's symbolic, because when we started out, what happened is the second that we got the K64 coin, like Deepal on it, then I think it was Louis, like Sayu from Chainmakers, and he's like, oh, why don't you list on digital price? And the reason why the K64 coin is on digital price is that we wanted to see like, okay, how do things work out on a listing? And we had like a really low price in mind, like super low. And then, things changed. A lot of people went up and down, and we used that information, and actually we monitor that information to see how the market reacts, how much interest there is in. We have explicitly not tried to say like, okay, we're going to go here, we're going to go there. We do have this idea of how much the coin could be worth, but it is not our main focus to have like, oh, we have this price in mind and everyone's going to be rich and so on and so on. We state the facts as they are, and people can believe like this is one big fucking scam, right? But for example, the first valuation of our company, right, was made by AJ. And AJ is actually like a former president of Rotary. He does gives blockchain courses, talks with people, and so on and so on and so on, right? So I did not make the first valuation. The second valuation was made by the clerk. Wasn't done by me, right? Did I ever make that valuation?
No, man.
Did I ever make that valuation? Did I like, ooh, well, let's beat that valuation, right? Didn't. So
We know.
yeah. So I think the best antidote to fit is confidence, clarity, variable details. Yes, Wilbur, you're absolutely fucking right. So, and that's actually what we're trying to do here. I think I released also some information or told information on Discord, and it's the same thing that we said here, right? When we answer that question, like, okay, you tweet out, you have 78 million in funding, so why are you not going to that media coverage and so on? And then I asked Max, well, right here, you can go back, skip to, I don't know which fucking minute it is, right? Should we tell the truth? And we're like running the show, and we do that in concordance. And that's, we tell you something that we almost like lost funding like a couple of times. We had to meet up with conditions and so on. Certain things we are not able to tell you, even if we wanted to tell you. because there's like things, legal things are involved. We have to be careful of the steps that we make. We have to be accurate with the information that we send out, and sometimes things get out of context, right? Yeah. Okay. Say to spend team. I think this would do right. Spread to visa funding. How much funding received from selling the private investors to exchanges, state on white paper. I think that what we received on K64 coins, I think that is quite minimal. But that's something is if that's information that that needs to be published. I don't think that's pretty hard. I think probably you should like list stuff. But it's like it isn't like a large sum in total. If maybe for some people, but it isn't like a large sum. Just to give you an idea, the expenditures to well, let's see. I think. How much do we spend on salaries? I think.
I don't know. Do you really want to?
Yeah, why not?
Discuss this here?
They want fucking clarity, right? I think it's about 25k, 30k a month,
Yeah.
right? So if we sum up, right, what we sold OTC to people that actually wanted this stuff, if we're gonna combine like our expenditures versus what we got in, that would be like. And if this was like a scam for people like buy our K64 coins and we're gonna get rich and we're gonna scam, right? You have no idea how much headache I have, like every week when it comes to finances and that kind of stuff, because we really want to spend our funding and so on and so on. I think this would be a really bad scam. Yeah, it would be like the stupidest scam ever, right? But there's something that's definitely this awesome has reps. Okay, hang on, Torsten, hang on. So many questions. Oh my god. Okay, have Red Fox received a 5M? Actually, they did not receive the 5M yet. We have planned that for today because actually that's why I'm in a fucking suit. I usually wear a sweater, a hoodie, and a cap. If you look back, like on most things, and that's why I use the word fuck a lot. I actually have to do a lot of things that are for legal stuff. Also Max to get him into the legal structure and all that was happening. Yep. And we actually have almost a daily relation with Ben Fairbank, and we have planned it for that part of the agreement to be settled. We settled that agreement long before we put out that tweet. Again, probably premature, and probably again where we faced an obstacle that we didn't realize. But that part is actually approved because we actually had to fill in the stuff. We have always been open about it, Red Fox, and that's something that I really love Ben Fairbank about. He has been saying in video updates like, we will announce certain things when they're done and dusted. They definitely retweeted this. There is an agreement. This is a privately held company. If you do not know what it is, that means that this is an entity, and as a director, right? And that was agreed in the former structure as well. And this is also part of a new structure. That means by law, we are bound to invest that money. We cannot just like back out unless we have a really good reason. And saying like, we lost the funding is not a really good reason. It is a business agreement that is signed by me and Ben Fairbank, and that is just what it is. So regarding that agreement has been done at in the same week when we had the VC negotiations, when we finalized those negotiations. The problem was that we were in a structure when everything was something else. Actually, Max wasn't like authorized to do anything at that point. He actually took the position like, hey, this might be a little bit too big unless we're like further on onto the road, and we had to change that on the way.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So
And
that's why he looks so stressful.
We're still learning, you know. It's all a learning process on how to do things.
Please stop today. Thanks for clarity. Okay, stop the cliffhanger. It's raining now. Okay. Lol. The clarity is that we have this on this list. This is what I'm trying to tell you. We had and we do AMA, and this was something that when I walked in, right, I said like, let's address the AMA first, right, because I think that's important. I think it's important to answer questions. That's the reason that Max and I are here. Trust me, we have a lot to do. Very tired, says Max. Right, so it's not that we don't want to, but we have to streamline a couple of things. So we are actually on that. We are going to finalize that deal ASAP to Red Fox and so on, because we need Red Fox, and Red Fox actually helped us the part of our funding, right? This is thanks to Ben and Glenn. They helped us to create the deck, because we had to make a deck, and we were like, and that took like a couple of days, right? And we also have to expand. If you've been following Red Fox Labs, that is the Southeast Asian area, and that is where we're going to expand to. That's where we have our mindset to. We also have to build our team a little bit more towards the mindset that would fit K64 with this amount of funding and the growth that we're going through. And that was a really good deal. It's still a very good deal. And I can totally understand that Red Fox says like, hey, listen, we're not going to screen this off the rooftops unless we have that fiscally in our account. And that's something that I think that's a really good position to have. Yes, we can tell you, and that's from our side. We totally overpromised things, but if you have been following the last couple of months, we've been overpromising a lot.
Yeah, right? But with also at the same time.
But always with good intention. Always with good intention, right? And every week here is different. If you're not like an insider, there are a lot of insiders. Also, I think insiders that can verify what we're saying. Every week has been a new challenge. And at sometimes the challenges were so big, like the expo, that was like one of the most horrible weeks of my life. This is also one of the most horrible weeks, but hey, right? We kind of like deal with it now, like robots at this point. So and we firmly believe that the second that that's in, I think that would clear everything for Red Fox side. I think that clears a lot for the community's part. I don't find it really tasteful when someone calls says like, okay, this is so called a scam, right? If you want to protect the community, I think that's a fine thing. That's a great thing. Just because facts are not shared with you doesn't mean there are no facts. I think you cannot go to a company like Coca-Cola and say like, hey, show me this, show me that. We're not saying that we're like Coca-Cola, but we are a company. We have laws, rules, regulations. We have to protect our own staff. We have to protect our company. We have to protect our funding. We have to protect our partners, right? And that's the responsibility that we have. Okay. How can you make a mistake of mentioning GS on asset?
Goldman Sachs.
Okay. Let's. How about the 0.64 dollar? Yeah, Bjorn. That is. It's a symbolic number, and you actually have to have an initial listing price. If you have to, if you go to listings, we're going to take a break and then we're going to talk about listings because that's going to be the next thing. But that's a symbolic number because we actually have an idea what is work, but we think it's fair because the virtual console is planned for like next year. The first playable games with blockchain and using K64, that's still at least 2 months away, at least.
Yeah.
Because the SDK is planned for upcoming month, and we have to test, right? And I think the first alpha blockchain-enabled games will be in September, October. So we don't want to like overprice, but we definitely don't want to underprice. We undervalued ourselves like really a lot, and we didn't do so. But the second that's pretty much where we're going for.
Okay. How can you make a mistake on mentioning on asset?
Well,
That could be a possibility because it was the weekend. That's a joke. I don't know. Were you an asset? You don't have to be honest.
No.
No, do not respond to that. Do not respond to
was
that.
not an asset.
No. You okay? That's not a really nice comment to make, but I will give you the honest truth, right? In this company, everyone, and trust me, I'm so proud of my team, right? In this company, we make really long hours. We're almost like and that's because we have fun doing it. Well, we don't have fun anymore, but no, we're really passionate about working, right? Working here and making this happen. And everyone in our team, and there are a lot of people that cannot work with that kind of philosophy, and that takes a toll on you. That takes a really long toll on you. That it is. The things that we have to do and the things that we have to achieve in a really short amount of time, that takes away a lot of energy, but also a lot of focus. You have to realize that we've been working towards a white paper. In the meantime, I had to talk to the financial partners. I had to work on the legal structures, our branding, and I'm not talking about our branding as in marketing, but our brand name, for example. We had to legally test that for entities over the world. We have to make sure that the brand was protected. For that, you have to make a couple of phone calls, and you think, oh yeah, sure, a couple of phone calls. But if you spend 5 hours, 6 hours on a day with phone calls, having a lot of information, right, you're going to lose focus. And you might be, we're not like superheroes, right? We're really smart people. We got some smart people here, but we make mistakes. That happens. It is not a big thing. We try to correct them as fast as we could, and I think that we did a very good job in doing that. We had hopes that we didn't have to blur out the information for the white paper. We didn't. That wasn't entirely not our idea, but it was, and that's from experience, that we had this with the expo, that we have a plan B. What if this happens or this sort of thing doesn't happen? What will we do, right? And that's something I think is a normal thing. So when we decided to blur out stuff, that was like, I think 4 hours before release.
Yeah.
And we were still hoping, I was still trying to, okay, are we finished? Because it is not our financial partners, it's not certain parts like pressing that they're like holding us under a gun, but we made agreements, and those agreements are like, okay, we do not reveal information until our structure is in order. And our structure has been in order since past Tuesday. There are still some small things here, small things there, but the structure in itself is ready. That means that we are moving towards this new form of entities. That means that I don't want to make this really super complex, but what it is that when we started K64, it was a very simple company. There was a holding structure, and underneath is a working entity. Very simple. But one of the conditions is that we had to have certificates for equity, and indeed someone said like, hey, where's the why is there not an external CEO and so on and so on and so on. Actually, that's not how the business agreement is. That's not how the investment runs. The return of investment is a other kind of model. However, we are required to have a separate board. We do have to inform that board, so we're not entirely free to do whatever we want. We have a lot of freedom, but we do have to inform that board, and part of that board is not K64. So that is what it is. That kind of complexity also requires that we have to protect IP. Now, this is going to sound really horrible, because everyone on our staff is like in this working entity. One of the demands of the VC is if the company is not going to run really good, we have to be able to eliminate the staff, as you see horribly done with, for example, Microsoft, where they like clear up a development team and so on and so on and so on. That you have protection, right? And that is not a bad thing or a legal thing. Sometimes people, the company will not do well, and then these things have to go. Another thing is that it requires 2 directors, since one is leaving from the old structure and new one has to come in, right? That takes a lot of stuff too, right? It took like a week before they actually asked some other documents from Max.
Yeah.
Right, and then we had to restart like that process like 4 times in a row. That happens, but there are a lot of conditions in there. Okay. I think I deserve some free K64 as being the funniest guy around in here. Oh, okay. You probably have to go to Discord and do a screenshot for Alejandro, and I actually gave Alejandro, who's also one of our earlier backers, who I think you could tell you how much he invested in K64, and I think he could state to you that we're totally not into that money thing and whatsoever. But he can totally rain something on you if you're funny there as well. Try to be less acid about Max, you know, because he made a mistake. We love Max, right? Okay, we still have a lot of other shit on this list.
Would you guys like to take a 10-minute break?
Yes,
Have some
yes,
drink.
have something to drink. It's like, yeah.
We've been here an hour, man.
Yeah, okay guys,
Hey,
since the
listen.
stream is for another hour and a half already with Sam here, we're gonna have a 10 minutes break, so everybody hold on, grab a drink, go to the toilet, and then we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Why? Yeah.
Yay!
Hey everyone, welcome back
Back again.
to our live stream.
Yay. Say something, Max.
Yay, well, let's see, what are the things on our list? Well, I already got the updates of everything.
Okay, compliments. I'm probably the most shabby but cool CEO ever. You have to have a new sweater, apparently.
I got one.
You got it?
I got one.
Okay, no. Sam paid all salaries from his own pocket. It shows Mice is in need of a new sweater dearly. You haven't seen the worst of his sweaters. There's actually one with flowers.
Yeah. It's a
fucking hate
beautiful
it.
sweater.
Oh, it's
beautiful
horrible. He has no taste. Right. So, but oh, yeah, you do actually have some taste.
This is a nice sweater.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
The logo makes it a lot better. Let's go a little bit into Discord. So, okay, first things first. We have to wait until an official GS announcement. Yes, absolutely right. Nothing is proven, and that's exactly what is going to happen. And we absolutely are like we feel that things should be verifiable, that things should be out in the open. Also, the reason why we did the live stream, and also why we asked Ernst & Young to do our audit. Basically, when you have an audit, and part of that process is due diligence, where does the money come from, etc., how much money is flowing in there, what are our costs, and so on and so on. And the reporting that comes out of there is eventually that get published, not only to the Chamber of Commerce, but also to let's say a lot of networks that require that kind of financial information. Correct? AJ? Like an audit, when an audit happens, what is like the normal flow of that information? They get deposited by Chamber of Commerce, right?
Yes.
And then it's that financial report is also it's possible to that financial authorities, for example, they can find it out,
Yeah.
right? And that financial report is also like used by, for example, press that wants to verify, hey, is this company really evaluated and that kind of thing. But that report, for example, that isn't finished yet. It is not. It's in progress, but that report isn't finished yet. But we expect that we're gonna have that, for example, in the upcoming week. I'm not gonna say anymore like upcoming Friday, you're gonna have that. No, we're not gonna do that, right? So when the Ernst & Young report is out, we throw it out in the public, right? When that happens, and exactly when that happens, when it's already published, then we will make the announcement. We will no more make announcement of announcements, unless we're like saying like, hey, we're probably going to do this and we're probably going to do that. That's not really an announcement. That's more like telling you about a plan that we have. The second thing is like the official press releases. As stated before, multiple times, we have to wait for our press officer to come back. When she's back from sick leave, we have to manage that in accordance with our financial partners, because else it is too much work to Max and I to do everything. It is quite. There comes a lot of things with marketing and press releases and so on. We are not like a super big company that have everything already on track and on rails. So that will be happening soon. We also told you before, this is more to address our community. We thought a live stream is much easier. I think that's also cool that we're like in the office, like we did with the expo. We just put out the stuff to show that we're like working. Everyone is working here, by the way. And to give this, we want to have this interaction. And sometimes it is me on Discord, sometimes it's Max on Discord, and I think because we are basically running K64, it is good that we are doing this together.
Yeah.
Right? and that, yeah, I think that's pretty much good as it is. So a couple of side things before we actually gonna move to that part. We already mentioned the SDK. Okay. Yeah, totally just believe what we're saying, our claims, when you see official releases from third parties, which will happen really soon. We just wanted to tell you that this is what it is. We have disclosed where money comes from. We have disclosed what we're, our other financial partner, Ernst & Young. We are going to unblur part of the white paper, or at least part of the white paper, but that part, when most likely we will do this somewhere as soon as possible, while we're going to check on the priorities. We're probably going to add some additional stuff to the white paper, most likely. That depends. As you can see, this has been quite a long day, so and there's still a lot of things to do. Let's go for okay, TV coverage. So last couple of months, right, we have been invited to go to a lot of things. Some things we can talk about, some things we can't talk about. Now they're not strictly NDA, but they asked us, like for example, do you want to attend this and this and this event to present your company, and so on and so on. I think, do we still going to have a booth at Gamescom or not?
No, no booth. No.
Okay, so for example, we are going to Gamescom. We first had this idea, we had the option to have a booth, and then we decided, I think, well, not me actually.
Yeah, it's too early to have a booth. It's we need more games first to show.
Yeah, exactly.
And then we have a
So
booth.
for example, we're going to Gamescom, attending it, and but we're not going to have a booth there. That is something that we decided like 1 or 2 weeks ago. There's also quite a big event in Europe, and we've been invited by the Dutch government to be part of the Dutch delegation to go there. 2 people of K64 are definitely going. That's definitely, I think that's a very big thing for us, right?
Yeah.
Am I lying?
No.
No, this is
No,
a scam.
it's
This is a big scam.
Yeah.
We're a big scam. Yes. Yes. Right. Right?
Well, we're
Yeah.
going to Oslo anyway.
Yeah, don't believe what I say. Verify it.
Yeah.
Can someone, Art, can you verify that we're actually going to this super duper Uber?
Gamecom? Gamecom?
No,
Or
no,
Super
no, no.
Duper?
The thing in Oslo.
No, no,
Ooh.
Helsinki.
Helsinki?
Yeah, it's Helsinki, I
Oh,
think.
okay.
I don't
I
even
thought it was
know
Oslo.
about that.
This is Oslo. We don't even know where it is.
Oh.
It's so secret. It's such a secret.
We're going everywhere. We're going from Bangkok to France to Cologne. There's plenty of things. I don't know about Oslo though. Did not hear about it.
Nah, fuck it. Let's call it that what it is.
Yeah.
It's slush, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's slush. If you don't know what slush is pretty games oriented. They really select people and companies that actually make an impact, and good startups and so on. They contacted us. We get actually contacted quite a lot, especially to release news under embargo. We actually have released some information here and there under embargo, under strict strict secrecy. For example, Factrix, our partner, does our taxes, or at least helps us with our tax cuts and that kind of stuff. They needed the information, for example, to Dwayne Johnson. Who the fuck is Dwayne Johnson?
Dude, he's this buff actor.
Is he like? Oh, is he The Rock?
Yes.
Yes!
Fucking love The Rock.
Dutch
Yeah.
creations.
He was like the wrestler, right?
Yes.
Yes.
WWE.
Oh yeah, I do it. Yeah, oh, like it. That's a good compliment. Hey, that just lit up my day. Okay. So where were we? No, where were we in this conversation? I'm like totally excited now being called Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah. I was.
Right? Right.
You were talking
Because we're talking about
about-
Slush. About all
Yeah,
that.
but-
It's in Helsinki, by the way.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
my bad.
Yeah. That we are getting like a lot of attention from media stuff, and we really want to do things, but we cannot do everything at once because it actually requires either Max or me to be present in a conversation that takes an hour, maybe 2 hours. And at the rate that we're working, we have the SDK going on, we have the game studio that needs to be finished. We have to expand the company, we have to, pay bills and that kind of stuff. Part of that, we're gonna have like TV coverage. We've been called by RTL, which is a Dutch broadcasting network.
It's really big.
And they're pretty big
Yeah.
for Dutch stuff. So we already agreed on broadcasting time and items and so on. We cannot disclose like what program it is, but that is the kind of the thing that we are going for. We got like we could go for more coverage, but because we went from this from a very volatile situation where K64 could have been broken up a couple of times, we decided let's not really move to the media unless we are ready, and we are still not really ready. That is just the honest truth. We have some help. For example, we had a couple of people that we thought like, okay, this is gonna push us a little bit forward. That didn't go well, so we had to refactor a lot of stuff. I think that we are, when it comes to if you look at our productivity, our productivity is super high, but we're like totally like I think 2 weeks, 3 weeks behind with non-development stuff. We're talking about marketing strategy.
Yeah.
We still don't have really good campaigns planned out because a lot of things are changing. And for example, we're going to move from this party because this is like a temporary environment, and we're going to move to another temporary environment until we actually get into our own fucking building, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct. But hey, it's all scam. Right? Personally, I believe that if you're not even a real crypto project if you're not being called a scam at least 5 times or something,
Yeah, that's true.
right?
That's true.
So it doesn't.
We'll deal with it.
Who's coding the blockchain side of your games? Actually, we have a bunch of new people that are on board. They're actually being onboarded. So they have to. Luckily for us, Komodore released a lot of new Komodore documentation, which are really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I first faced documentation, I was like, right? I think, and then there was still
It's
like
still
developer.komodore.com, and there was docs.komodore.com, and there were like I think a couple of articles here and there. I think and that. We made a small part of that is being further developed by that new team, which is mostly creating robustness. So they're not adding new things, they're just making my horrible code, and my code is really horrible. It is so horrible, it is no. But that was made to prototype and to see like, hey, can we do this with this? Does this work? Is this fast enough? So you could say that most of the code that has been part of the SDK was initially made by me, but I'm not like a real good software engineer. I can make things and I can make them work, but when it comes to maturity of an SDK, for example, then you need professional people with more experience. To be honest, my C experience, C++ experience, really nasty code is probably, it would make you do, how do you call it, harakiri or something? You're like a developer, like, I think it's, no, don't worry, it's blockchain code, Nigel. It's not, you won't be exposed to that part that much. It's just gonna be a DLL for you, buddy. Just gonna be a dial-up. Nigel really hates Oracle code. I also hate Oracle code. But, I mean, yeah, you know, but that I think that's a developer thing. Oh yeah, who is that dev or devs working on the CC part of the K64 games? We have a new partner. It's called Burke Consultancy. It's in the white paper, right? It's in the white paper. These are people that have blockchain experience. They're not on Discord. Can you please share names, usernames for those that doesn't work? We could, but we don't do that at this point because they have been working fairly shortly with K64. I think that we have agreed upon a timeline for tryout for about 3 months or something, right, AJ? 3 months. 3 months, and there's a lot of stuff that needs to be done, a lot of stuff that need to be tracked. And we have to be sure, like, if we're gonna put people part of the core team, if they're because they're pretty much not in K64, they're not on the K64 payroll, and we have to, how do you say, we don't want to put them in the line of fire from K64. That's we pretty much from our own team. Most likely, we are actually acquiring people. I think that we have a couple of applications for blockchain development, right, Miranda?
Yes, we have.
Yeah, we have a couple of people that we still need to talk to, but the people that we have now, they are actually fixing up a lot of things so that we have like the core of the SDK ready, and the consultants that we have now that can be used for longer term, and most likely that's something that we will do, but we do need to expand our team mostly on the payroll as well. Yes, a part is definitely a third-party company. We had a lot of applicants. The reason why we did that is we tried to reach out to a couple of people in the Netherlands. We found that it is really hard to find good blockchain developers that would fit our company profile, that had experience that we kind of like needed. And it isn't so much that we are a gaming company, so we don't do what Komodore, for example does. They do a lot of things, but we focus just on our core activities and our core technology, and that isn't really super complex. If you take a look at, for example, NFT exchange, you can make it super complex, you can make it super awesome, but we actually stick to the core usage of things. And that's why we decided, okay, we're gonna have to finish this SDK soon. We gonna need code style guidelines. For Unity, I think we use just a regular C#, right, Nigel? Right, regular C# coding style. But because the C++ part, actually the C part, is like giving. People need to feel, learn, and the learning curve is still pretty hard on CC stuff. I think that was the wiser option for us. If we would hire someone, it is really hard to say like, hey, are you able to do this? And when we hire people, we hire them we give them year contracts. Right, so they're like, we know that they're gonna stay around for a year, and then we actually gonna build a future around them. But we don't know how hard this is for getting someone new on board. We didn't want to. We had first a couple of ideas. We first had a couple of people that would be working on blockchain. A lot of those people didn't turn out good enough, or at least very good in communication, so we had to bring that down. Learning Komodore, like from the developer documents and the things that James Lee wrote, for example, on his blog, that's a lot of things to absorb.
Lots of technical questions.
Okay, well, okay, but technical is good. Okay, and this with condition part of it, yeah. Well. Oh, there's a lot of it in there. Okay. Let's see. Actually, just. Yeah. The election boxes. Just have it any kind of NDAs. If you want to please specify the reason. Yeah. These are like a lot of questions in a short time, and we do need to finish that list. So let's see if we can find a common ground. The blockchain doesn't harm with any kinds of NDA. If you made them announced, please specify the reason. Well, we are like in development of a lot of things, and specify the reason. Take a look at Chain Lizard, right? That has been online for
A few weeks.
no, but that has been in development for quite a while, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, just like sometimes you test and play, and then you only throw it publicly when you feel confident enough that this is not going to change. A lot of our processes are organic. Sometimes things do not end up as we supposed to think that they would be. For example, the virtual console, we didn't even thought about a virtual console in the first upcoming weeks. Now we actually have to plan out how we going to use the virtual console. We have to think about marketplaces and so on. So there's a lot of trial and error going on. And I understand that, okay, look, in the Komodore community, everything is a little bit more open and going out and going here and there. And that's fine. But we are, in essence, we're a company. We're just people that work on code, right? They are legally bound not to share it. And we're not sharing anything until we are planning to share. The parts that when we do share things is the moment that we feel confident. For example, with the SDK, which is on the roadmap pretty soon. Keen to see preview of the SDK docs. Okay, SDK docs. We have a little program that can actually is kind of like Doxygen, that can automatically generate that stuff. I think it's I think we use an open source package for that, but we are not even close yet to have like really good development documentation. API, yes, good developer documentation. That will take a couple of weeks, but when we take the SDK online, we're gonna have like a basic API reference, probably maybe 1 or 2 examples, right? Really small examples of how to use it, and we have to work towards documentation. Documentation is something that you have to take. There should be like a real doc team. At this point, we have now to pick. Okay, are we going to invest in documentation, or are we going to work on products first? And I know that a lot of people say like, oh, but you got this amount of funding, right? That doesn't mean it gives you security, but it doesn't really say like, oh, just spend as much as you want. And some people think like it's like free money. It's not free money. It's funding, and it comes with conditions. It comes with all the other things. And if we would invest now in a document team, there would be no space. We don't have space at this point. We could have like remote workers, but for then we need a plan and so on. And I really like to have the Unity approach, like how Unity makes its documentation. One is having a manual and one having a scripting API. So the technical part and so on, and the scripting part being automatically generated based on the comments. That's why we want to have like a more robust package, so we don't spend a lot of time to update the API of everything. But we're still in progress with that. Okay. At this point in time, you have okay. Actually, yeah. Why should why? This is a very good question, Satinder. You have no proof of funding, no co-publish, only marketing coins. Why a person should be buying your coins on exchanges? They shouldn't. There it is. They shouldn't. They should definitely wait until we told them, like, wait until the white paper is released, right? Trust, but verify, right? No, definitely not. We are not forcing anyone to buy coins. We're not like, oh, buy coins for this and that. Actually, we're giving more away coins than we do follow. We do business on occasion, but it's not like our core thing. We have no open orders on digital price. Yes, we're going to list, but we're not doing this for raising funds or whatsoever. People who are buying at this point, they do it because they're excited. They can do so on digital price. They can exchange and trade, which is a very good thing. But we do not encourage people to put like their huge amount of money or any money at all in K64. If they want it, if they believe in the project, hey, sure, why not? But that is, I think, with every crypto project, when we're like a couple of months old, it is not a bad thing that we're doing. We're still building up the company, but we do not encourage people to buy something headless, right? You don't have to believe our word for it. We never ask that. We just give you updates. We tell you when we're ready with certain things and when we're not ready. So to answer your question, right? Why should they be buying this? If they believe in a project and they believe that there are real people here really working on something and they believe that they're going to be an early bird, right? That should be the reason. I knew zero about KMD when I got exposed to KMD. I didn't know everything about Ethereum when I got Ethereum. Sometimes people like to buy impulsively. And I think that a lot of people that buy K64 now is they have this hope that they become an overnight millionaire or something. And that's okay, that's their own risk, but we're not giving any financial advice. We do ask some people sometimes, like, hey, if you are interested in a large volume or whatsoever, especially don't try to super invest or whatsoever. And we're always open for people who invest, but it's not our core activity. The coin is there because it is part of the blood flow of the virtual console. It is kind of like the business model. So, yeah. And what else to say?
I mean, yeah, nothing much. So I do have a LinkedIn. You can find me on our website. Just look me up on LinkedIn. You'll find the profile. Sam is a little bit more.
Yeah, I try to stay away from social media as much as possible. It's kind of like no hard feelings for people that like LinkedIn, but I find it really, I don't like people selling my personal information or people that try to connect with you have never seen. If people, I actually don't have business cards, and I'm kind of like weird.
Yeah.
Right? I'm kind of
But
weird.
that's okay.
You don't have business cards either,
No.
right?
No.
You're not like really active on social media at all.
No.
You have Twitter.
Which I only use to check out crypto news.
Exactly. It's, pretty much that. So no. But most of our staff are on LinkedIn, but we don't encourage them to be on LinkedIn. Right? If they have LinkedIn, that's fine. If they're not going to be on LinkedIn, that's fine too. Okay. I think definitely these are good questions. So we probably aren't. Can someone like grab these the questions from Satinder, because these are like really good technical questions regarding the current development and so on and so on and so on. Probably we should do more like a tag block in between once. Don't know.
You're talking about the questions on the YouTube or Discord?
Yeah, on the YouTube.
Okay.
On YouTube.
I'll make a document of it. funny enough, we have solicitation coming through the stream. Directly through Discord. Like, I saw your stream and I'm working with this and this and this.
Okay. I have to look into a couple of things. Well, you could ask me. I do have a lot of work history. Well, if you have a good job opportunity, you can send you my resume. How can you get more knowledge? Not sure. Well, it's only on my resume.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some people find it important. Scam exit is real. Okay. Yeah, right. Okay. There we go.
Here we go again. Yeah. It's messed up.
Okay. We're done on this part. I think we should be done on this part. Right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay, SK probably covered that. We did that update. Please, listing. Actually, we're gonna talk. There's a second. It's on the list. We're gonna talk a little bit about listings. First of all, when you let's put some things in open there, right? I show my face in all the conference if I'm Mexican. Yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I use my real name, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Totally. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So yeah, that says it all.
Yeah, I probably have fancier words, right? And not use the word fuck like every 5 fucking minutes. Probably, right? Probably would tell people like, oh, to the moon, right? Okay. Carlos Matos did. Well, I'm not Carlos Matos. And listen, if this was a scam, oh God, it better be open soon. Right? Yeah, I have no sleep. Look at this, man. Look at this. I cannot feel my face.
I start wearing glasses. I'm just joining.
Yes, artists like wearing glasses, right? Yeah, I don't work, and everyone here knows I love meetings. I love meetings. I really like to wear suits, right? I love wearing them, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I fucking enjoy it. No, I fucking don't enjoy it. Actually, I like my life. How do we know it's your real name? Shows your passport. Oh, shows your passport. It's an abbreviation, right? But my real name, well, depends. How do you verify it? I'm not going to show my passport. Hack my Binance, right? Doesn't that happen with some people, right? Verification with the Binance.
Yeah.
Hack that, you know. To be fairly simple, if you want to verify that kind of stuff, there's this thing called the Chamber of Commerce, right? This is like this entity that handles like all the companies and so on, and then you can verify that I'm like the director, right? And you could actually find a lot of information about me regarding that. And sometimes, well, that's if that really matters. I don't think that people should focus on what I do because I do a lot of work, but this is a team effort. And if you put your marbles on one person, I think that's a bad thing. I think that you should look at a company. That's what it is. You promised us to unblur. Yes, we're actually going to unblur parts, right? That's what we mentioned before.
Yeah, we said
So let's go to the listing, right? Listings. So let's be clear about some things. When listings is very simple. They announce when you're going to be listed. We weren't able to. We have things in progress, things in process, and but let's put some basic things out. First of all, when you list somewhere, 9 of 10 times it's not going to be free. right? That requires a listing fee, and sometimes they're pretty high, right? And in order to spend our funding, we have to meet a couple of conditions. We also told you before that certain things require a little bit more action, that we cannot freely just like throw out huge sums of money without being responsible for that stuff. So we do have a listing strategy. Yeah. What parts again? We wanted the whole thing, please. Yes, we wanted to. We really wanted to. No. This is how we work, right? We like this, right?
Yeah, we like to create like mystery.
Yeah, so that people call us an exit scam,
exactly, yes.
and you know,
it's very
this
strategized.
is yeah. We are totally not. We don't get stress out of it.
Not at all.
Totally not.
No stress.
Totally not. But I'm trying to explain to you that we can only unblur things the second that we start doing things. So, and to explain that process for the people who do not know, certain listings have requirements, right? And one of those requirements is that you pay, for example, listing fee. I think the most beautiful article I've read is the one from Bixi. Bixi is like really super transparent in how they do their listing. They say like, okay, this is the listing fee. They keep it very transparent, and it goes to their legal party, and so on and so on and so on and so on, and bam, and then you're listed, right? That's pretty much how it works. I think if you look at Changelly, for example, right, that requires that you are listed on a couple of other listings. For example, Binance and HitBTC. If you're listed on Binance and HitBTC, it is pretty much a straightforward process, right? There's nothing secret about it. They claim it on their website, so that's something. Those are, I think, very important things to know. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, you're gonna know the listing system, how it works.
Right, and that's not really an that's not something we have to be secretive about. But we cannot unblur until that thing is done and dusted.
Yeah.
And that's what it is. We hopefully have that settled ASAP. Actually, we hope so. We're not going to even give a date. It's easy for you not stressed when you have legalized marijuana here. Whenever I go to get myself my 10 kilograms from what?
I'm sweating and stressing.
Stress.
Well, I feel your pain, man. You're living in Albania. It sounds like.
Yeah.
Yeah. For buying weed only.
Yeah. Dude, if I start on marijuana and that kind of stuff, right, we can pack in. Then it's definitely going to be next to scam.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's gonna. That will not go well. That will not go well. Max, you're probably gonna spend like most of the funding on weed.
No, I would never.
No. This okay. Advent calendar unblurring announcements.
We could make an advent calendar.
That's a good.
We should.
Yeah, that sounds
We
like
should.
a fun thing.
We should.
Yeah.
This is a
Yes, actually, I like that. Marius, can we have something like that on the website?
Oh, even live stream.
We have like we have like a blurring calendar that unblurs every day, and you think you see something,
You see
right?
a little chocolate there.
Right? It's like we might have an announcement tomorrow, right? And when it unblurs, like sorry, this is just the announcement of the announcement, right?
One does not.
Man.
Simply reveal.
We are so.
Reveal of the
You guys have no idea how stressful it is that you really want to tell something and that you are not able to tell something. And we knew, right, that we're not gonna. When we knew that we're not gonna send out a press release and this kind of stuff, we knew that people would like react. Well, we don't see this, we don't. But that shouldn't stop us to try to release at least some information, and we get some heat for it. And we don't ask people to believe or invest in us. People usually talk to us and say like, hey, cool project, can we invest and so on, and we're not going to say no, right? We're not going to say no. because Max needs weed.
We all need
And a
a
new
little
shirt.
bit of weed in our lives sometimes.
Yeah, probably. No, that's so regarding listings. As I told you, there are some listings that we definitely need to be on, right, in order to get on other listings. I think this also is a good way to spin off to another discussion, like, hey, this is an IO, you're trying to raise funds, and so on and so on. No, we're not trying to make funds. We try to bring K64 more into circulation. We are not rushing with that. We don't actually have a rushing timeline because I think the most value in K64 is when we start out distributing the games that it uses. But we do want to make things like turnkey. And one of the things yesterday on Discord that you can unblur the listing in French. Did it say the listing?
No, he didn't say listing. No.
Hmm.
No. I don't think
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I'm not sure about listing. And technically, he's the one who has to unblur things.
Yeah. If I can unblur things, I will.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah. So we don't have to worry and think about it as well. You will unblur today. So you're probably not really following this part. So okay, hang on. I have did I do?
Okay.
Yeah. Hang on. Tell them a fun story about listings.
Alright.
Hola.
Well, we already told everything about the...
Ik heb een deurpas nodig.
Moest je naar beneden komen?
Ja.
So, well, we already talked about the things that we are gonna unblur and what they are. So you should probably look back if you're really curious for it.
I'll just come to be a company.
What's up? Thanks, Lars.
Yeah. So you wouldn't sit here alone.
Yeah, it's very
So,
nice.
how's it going? Is the chat
It's
going at you?
Great. It's going great.
I love it. Everybody should understand that being a company and a startup younger than 6 months, we're gonna have haters and we'll have our own hiccups and we'll have everything.
We make mistakes.
We're just trying to be as transparent as possible, and things that we cannot tell, we won't tell because of legalities.
Yes.
And the things that we want to tell and we can tell, we're most definitely gonna tell you.
Yeah, and it's also a thing to hold in mind that we are not like any other. We are not like a open source, totally decentralized crypto project.
Yeah.
We're
We're a company.
privately held company.
Yeah.
Which is different than what you've maybe been used to from Komodore, for example.
Yeah. Ba ba ba.
Wow.
What still you have to talk about?
I don't know. I think we kind of checked
Red
all
Fox?
of them.
Oh, I just spoke about Red Fox.
Yeah, we spoke about Red Fox.
Cool. I think we can do another 5-minute break while Sam is out, and we're gonna see how much more information we have to disclose, and we're gonna come back as soon as possible. So stay in your seats and smile because the world is nice.
Yeah.
Right?
The world's a great place.
Put that stress in the pocket.
Let's
and,
be happy.
Yes.
Keep
We'll
happy.
see you in a few minutes, guys.